that's better. Okay. I'm gonna continue to start up. I think I'll do some audio balancing at the start here. Yo, Litsker, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, welcome to my stream. Yo, Litsker, oh shit. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream, oh no, how do I stop that? Oh shit. Yo, GG, okay. Stop that? Hi, it's me, Joby, and also Joby from 5 seconds ago. It's me, Joby, and also Joby from 5 seconds ago. Ezekiel37. You are getting sleepy. Ooh, you were in a trance. You were getting so confused. It's the echo. Just close your eyes and open PayPal and PayPal me 7,000 USD. Just PayPal me 7,000 USD. This is I'm really good at hypnosis when I'm sleep deprived. Okay. Let's actually stop that from feedback looping. Hi, Altabea. What's up? Thank you so much for rating me. I'd ask how your stream went, but I got the tail end of it there, and you were playing Elden Ring, which is one of my ideas of a not good time. Oh, mother bitches, there's an ad break. Nobody heard me swear. I'm not even sure what to play. Like, I'm not super inspired by Dark Souls 2 right now. What I could do, and what everyone here would love, is if I just started playing Signalis blind right now. Or we could listen to MIDI covers of Muse and play Puzzling Stone Sword also. I'm hella good. Too many rules? Really? Boop, boop. Oh wait, let's keep let's keep that going on. Then I can keep adding things to it. Gradient. The gradient color will be green. Yeah, that's nice. I think it looks good. It looks great like this. Somebody post me an orange arena. Did I drink enough water? Maybe. Hi, 4K. Hello. Eh. Oh dear. I thought that I would aim that, but here we are unaimed. Oh. Can I do a purr now? I don't just do it out of nowhere. I gotta feel it. It's a legitimate stim that I do now. Ah, what's the aiming window on early roll attack on this thing? Oh, my coffee's in the other room. Holy freaked out my cat by banging around on everything as a bit for getting the coffee. I freaked out my talking cat. Rattling. I'm sorry. Did I rattle you? Or do you feel rattled? Did you get rattled? Oof! Okay. If I could make Minecraft Steve getting hurt noise, that would be the time in my life where I would make Minecraft Steve getting hurt noise. Whoa. Very surprised that worked. GG Doritos. I'm gonna invade. It's been many long time since doing that. Yes, actually, QV. I'm honestly surprised that I can even show my face around that guy. Where's a sweet place to invade from? We need a sweet, chill hideaway from which to pop my cracked reds. Let's look for one in Aldia's. Now see, the problem with this room is that it's yellow. It looks like a urinal in there. And not the good kind of urinal. This room is a bit too green. This one's got gruel in it. Don't want to do gruel. Maybe we'll do a gruel invasion. Will you bless this orb, gruel? Gruel has blessed it. Do I play Elden Ring? I played for a while. I definitely wouldn't be able to run it and stream it at the same time on any of the setups that I have ever played video games on. Unless I borrowed a setup from nearby. Ah, John Dark Souls. This is the guy. That's the main guy. Hello, John. It's a pleasure. Boop. See, the key in these tight the key in these tight corridors is to keep your camera aligned with yeah. I could have comboed the 200 or 2 there. GG. I think I've got like 700 hours or something in Elden Ring PvP, maybe closer to 1,000. It should be relatively easy to count. Hold on. I've played... Okay, this account has played 3 minutes of it. Maybe it won't be easy to count. Don't look at my Elden Ring playtime. It's only 3 minutes. I swear I've played more Elden Ring than that. We should listen to Nightcore. Nightcore villain playlist crazy. Creepy, scary, slash psycho, slash Halloween vibes. Villain playlist Nightcore. Oh! Nightcore, I'm gonna show you crazy. Amazing. We've been getting good luck with Gruul here.
There's a war inside my head. Sometimes I wish that I was dead, broken.
Okay.
So I called this therapist, and she said, "Girl, you can be fixed. Just take this."
I'd be so powerful if I would selectively mute sometimes.
Always overthinking. I'm driving myself crazy. Sort of, I'm fucking crazy. And I don't need your quick fix. I don't want your prescriptions. Just 'cause you say I'm crazy. Sort of, I'm fucking crazy. And I'm gonna show you. Loco, maniac, sick bitch, psychopath. Yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna
Oh!
show you.
Okay, my new goal is to write that down one time. I saw that.
I've been searching city streets, trying to find the missing piece.
I have to pick Fallout 3 room or Fallout New Vegas room. Hey. That's not a sword attack. Wait, same shirt! Oh my gosh. Wow. Good game. Oh, I think I should... https:// twitch.tv/podjovi. Hadrian. Huh? Okay. Well, I think... yeah, they wouldn't be there. They might just be up this ladder. Hold on. Did I say 2 Nightcore songs? I didn't say that, right? Nobody heard me say that. Breakcore for optometrists. Breakcore for driving to make your brain shut up. Based classical. I guess we could do classical. Here, I'll link this in the stream so that everyone knows what I'm listening to. Boom, boom. Yeah, not even Litzker heard me. And Litzker has super ears. Fantastic super ears. If I had ears, I would be jealous of Litzker's ears, but thankfully I don't have ears. I wouldn't be able to function. Quite frankly, I just sit around being envious all day. Of ears, no less. What a sad, pitiful existence those with ears around Litzker must face. What is the stuff? Very good question. Twitch users from JP. Oh. Oh, this rules. Just trust me about it. Hello, Vivi. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Rad Walls. Rad Walls, have you noticed this mysterious figure entering Orange Arena? A mysterious game show personality. Once basketball star. Once Lava Lake denizen. Now game show host. I can't believe the Iron King came around. The Dark Souls boss himself entered our arena and just wants to have a good time. Okay, I think they're on the other side of Bastille. You should definitely trust me about the stuff. I can be trusted about the stuff. Oh. Done, hold on. Good. See, the thing about that redeem is that I physically type cat boop as soon as I see it. I will do it if I'm in the middle of fighting something. Ah! 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 To be fair, I do just kind of drop info hazards sometimes. Vivi, I hope you know that will only make me more powerful. I've missed Astolfo Pants. I have missed it terribly. Ah. This is 80 Dex puzzle. Yeah. Am I going the wrong way? I don't think I am. Possessed armor is not disturbed. Just missed it? Oh. There's no goons in here, so maybe... That is useful knowledge. Brilliant knowledge, I might add. That's cute knowledge. That's, that's feminine knowledge. What am I listening? What am I hearing here? Girl souls too. Oh, they broke those. So they must be nearby. Oh, hi. Hello. Friendly chap. What? Okay, I'm gonna leave this guy a mushroom and leave. $800 ping LFG. Alright, I'll do one more invasion. That's all you get, and then I'm going back to arena. Hello, Aphis. Allow me to send you the playlist that we're listening to. This song is called Knife by Acronym. Spelled funny. Oh, Mr. Kindhoover is next. I see Paul's name. I know you're in there, Thal. I know your secrets. I know I have your IP address. I'm sending data directly to you. Whoa! A deviously aggressive foe. Okay. With excellent taste in magic. I take that back. Ah, no. I've been murdered. I've been killed. Unfortunately, Alter Fate, I did died. Did you see that fight? I'm dead. I'm so dead. I mean, I did fall off the map for like a year-ish. For mental health reasons. But that couldn't really be helped. And by couldn't really be helped, I mean like there were a number of people who could have done anything differently and like I don't know. How do I express this? You ever feel like, hey man, you could have literally done nothing. Or like, oh gosh, what am I even fucking saying? I don't know. I think I'll just fight Ryo Yamada's husband, aka You Got Shrek'd. DJ Ryo Yamada's husband, aka You Got Shrek'd. Femfoit and G God. I can't believe 2 of the 3 amazing femboys are in my chat. Yeah. I thought that was a pyroglyph hand. Now that's what Puzzling Stone Sword Pairing Dagger is about. Worth. That's a magic-infused Bone Fist. Come on, buddy, don't you know that thing's better uninfused? GG. You're about to go to red? I mean, you could go to red. Dr. Femfoy G. Gald, the amazing femboy. That sounds like an alternate universe Sega Dreamcast game. Like this. This is the Mandela effect Sega Dreamcast game names. I would buy that game. Yeah, honestly, I'd emulate it and stream it. Let's go. We've got red gamers in chat. I should get out my uninfused parrying dagger. I'm like the pot calling the kettle black with this thing. It does help to have, well, magic infused parries though. Hey! Is it on me? No, it's not on me. It's definitely not on me. Did you? That emote is cursed red. It's great. You look like a cursed red eye orb. Or cracked red? I don't think there is a cursed red eye orb. Are there any cursed orbs in the Souls series? Reply in the comments if you know. Dr. Femboy G. Gald, the amazing femboy himself, has given permission to make the thing I just said into a game. Second cat boop. Whack! Big stab. That's similar to what I tried last match, but they had a pink spike at the start. Huh? GG. Your efforts are for naught, Vivi. The man is already dead. Allow me to retrieve my unmagic parrying dagger, granting me a total— holy— okay, that's actually a lot of AR. Amazing paw typing. How do you game in this game with paws? You're very good at katana with paws. Secret. Fox secret. Every fox I know is extremely Therian and like knows a lot about animals and is just like an expert in some scientific field, and also is just puppy, is just so— oh my gosh, cat boo, cat boo, cat boo. I'll wait for the chain to end, but you better believe I'm coming in for those. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hello, Umbasa. If you're crazy, then I must be the Sultan. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15. 16. I forgot I made that emote. Awesome. Thank you, Red Walls. Ah! I need to trim my nails. I'm erupting. I'm erupting like a volcano now. I'm so angry about that. I wonder, Pat the Bunny MIDI cover. No, just regular covers. Damn. What about AJJ MIDI cover? No, just regular covers. 7 bleedable. Wow. Look at this thing that has so much blood in it. Wow. Okay. Bad idea. Okay. You're not even going for the L2 when you get the pressure.
This bitter earth.
The R2 feels like a bait against this. GG. Long nails can tear nitrile gloves on accident really easily. Yeah. I'm experiencing the point where my nails are long enough to press a button that I don't intend to press on my keyboard. I will be trying to press A and press Q instead. Or I'll be trying to press Q, but be overly cautious about not pressing 1. And so softening my press more. Yeah. I want to try Iron King Hammer soon. I did a mock-up in Souls Planar recently. Recently today, even. For how I would do it. It's beefy. It's such a beefy weapon. I want to be beefy. I'm doing push-ups right now in my head. In my mind palace, I'm doing push-ups to make myself beefier on the astral plane. To prepare myself for the beef in reality. Wait. It doesn't work if you're out of stamina. Thanks, Yurt. Oh, come on, I wanted to space it. GG. Using my knuckles and not my fingertips. I'll use my paw pads. Once they arrive. I ordered them from the Outer Realm. The pads. Yeah, okay. Is this the right one? Yes. I'm respecing for Iron King. Did I change my name? Yeah, I did. A little bit ago. I think I need 40. This is correct. 15 is correct, and then the rest goes into it. It's 40, right? Dexterity is cancelled. Friendship ended with dexterity. Strength is my new best friend. Wait, I can't use that. Where's Iron King? Am I blind? I must be. Oh, I'm not blind. I mistook it for different infusions of Sanctum Mace because they both look like. Okay, it's 50. It was 50 all along. Nobody corrected me. Whisker, I'm holding you personally accountable. Wait. Right, 50 strength. I'm glad we have an agreement. I've got hand axes. Let me get out, like, battle and this one. As long as I don't throw you in that pit. Which pit is that? The Iron King is pleased. Let's see. Let's grab this one. Are there other rings that I want to use? Ah. Ah. Oh, do I have Cestus out? Yes. I think I'll just, like, soft swap it sometimes. But, I'll go into the next match and swap to my new fashion with poise. The femboy pit from yesterday. Is there an equivalent pit for trans girls? That's just called a polycule. Yes, there are many. The promised land is around. The femboy pit, Ultrafate. Don't tell me you don't know about the femboy pit. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll have to... Okay, that could have been a backstab if I had better aim. There's a femboy pit, yeah. Okay, time to find out if the Cestus combo is off of that. Okay, this is actually quite fun. I need a few more of these hammers so that I can swap them once they get low durability. Because I do plan on throwing out many of those attacks. Do not reveal the secret location of the femboy pit. GG. Oh, I had Flynn's on the entire time. How embarrassing. You don't know where it is. An excellent ruse, Slidsker. It is. Great hammers are not bad weapons. Okay, how much poise? 113. We can go down. We can go down. We can make that number go down. Do Velstots. Llewellyn is a good pick. 113. Alon's leggings. Velstot's gloves. 92. That's pristine. Perfect. Wonderful. Exuberant. With each passing year, you become progressively more cringe. You're like in your late 20s. Can you even hold a job? Firen? Not trolling. Just genuinely curious. Oh, that does combo. Okay, so that, I think, is a bit of a pseudo, if I can aim it correctly. I think you need to delay that a bit. What? Laser beam. GG. Hey Don, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the god dang stream. I can't curse yet. I can't curse. I shouldn't curse. I'm not cursing. I'm not doing it. I wanna like, hold on. I actually, like, a part of me really wants to engage that though. Like, there's an allure to it, right? Like, it's obviously not in good faith, right? Like, with each passing year, you become progressively more cringe. How is extremely good faith presentation? I don't think I've interacted with Solmir, like, ever. If I have forgotten. Ah, interesting. Pay no attention to the thing. I'm just blocking all communication. There we go. You were watching my DS2 guides since 2016. I definitely recognize your name. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if we've interacted in any medium outside of this game. Like, outside of I don't know what you're unpacking there. Like, what's the pancakes here? What are you cooking? What's on the stove, buddy? You sound like you're detailing the downfall of the Western Empire. Like, once upon a time, you used to not be cringe, but now you're cringe. What happened to Joby? Close. To, like, okay. And the reason I feel, like, inclined to respond is just, like, on its face, it's just, like, a preposterous conversation to have. Like, there can be no answer that would satisfy you. You've led with the problem that you have, which is that I am cringe, that I am cringe, and that I am cringe, it must be that I cannot hold a job. Why am I not based anymore? The East Crag is isolated. You know, cringe. Crag Beyond. Oh my gosh, what was that kids show that had Beyond in the name? And it was like a continuation of a different show. I don't know. There is no idyllic previous Joby or Crag or whatever, or version of me that is, like, I would say better at all. I have been continuously, like, reducing the number of things that I do to please this sense of a cynical person just talking down to me, to like, I imagine a cynical person in my head and imagine them talking down to me. And since I have stopped worrying about that as much, in real life people who that head construct represented, you know, like oof, good job. The people who seek to, I want to say, like, I don't want to characterize Solmir here. I'm trying very hard not to do that because, like, it's not in good faith, obviously, but, like, I don't want to, like, lump them in with, like, an entire stereotype of people. Like, it's more that this force exists, right? And especially in the soul sphere, where like there'll be a group of people like trying to set themselves apart from things that they view as, for lack of a better word, cringe. And that's like present in a lot of the internet, where like you've got most of the culture is just dedicated to not being stuff instead of being stuff. Yeah, live in the moment. But like, you can't just say it and make it be true. You actually have to start doing it. You actually have to like be okay with being cringe. And like, you know, for some people, myself included, that can be very difficult. That can be something that it's hard to get yourself away from, right? What is /A? Oh shit. I'm getting really absorbed in this and I'm not paying attention to spacing. You are not cringe. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't care. Slam. Yeah. Hello, Nikki. Cringe is in the eye of the beholder. I seek to rid myself of the sensation constantly because it's just toxic. It doesn't do anything, you know? It's not a useful feeling to have. The only thing that you'll get out of it is misery, I guess. Like, you'll feel secondhand embarrassment for people who don't feel embarrassed in the first place, or don't have any business feeling embarrassed, like, beyond what they may have already felt over the thing, right? Like, if somebody gets caught on, like, whatever camera, like, screaming or getting emotional about a thing, right? Like, that's seen as pretty cringe. And, like, maybe they stand behind that emotional thing that they did. Maybe they don't. Like, if they don't, then they probably do have that sense. But then they can get over it, but you won't be over it. Like, you'll remember it. It'll be burned into your brain for the rest of your life because you don't want to be like that. You don't want to have emotions at all. You want to be the stoic, the stoic. I could just end the sentence there, the stoic. And oh gosh, it really feels like I'm criticizing a person in particular, but I'm not. I'm criticizing this sense that I had in the past that I'm just like actually really liberated from. I don't know. I don't owe it to anybody to not be cringe. And I'm okay with somebody seeing me that way. It's not that I think it is a correct feeling to have, like, in any respect. I don't respect it in the first place, but I think being okay with it is better than not being okay with it, because hold on, I'm like stepping on my own words here, like just trying to say a sentence like how is it my fucking problem? Right? The Joby that you know, the Crag that you know from 2016, was very focused on not being cringe. Like, I would say there's still an amount of me that like tries to appease other people around me, and even in some parts, like this conversation, I'm kind of doing that, right? Like I'm kind of avoiding making any direct statements about it, rather speaking in respect to this grand narrative about the thing. And like, yeah, that is because I find it like reductive to just go like not reductive, but like I feel like we can do more here. I feel like we can do more than just oh gee. You're cringe and you're not cringe. You're cringe in some ways and also not in others. Being something in one thing doesn't mean it's your whole personality. Thanks, Don. Ooh, okay. GG. Fucking business owner, dude. I shouldn't like say shit like that because like I kind of want to suspend the fucking disbelief, but like, yeah, give me almond is me. I do want to like, I do prefer the Solmir that just like goes and seethes, but it's so fucking absurd to me. Like, not even that fucking jobs mean anything, right? Like, holy shit. Hey, does this social structure pay you for doing menial tasks? I'd actually rather we continue with the Crag in your head. Just like just imagine me as that and we'll go from there, I think. Ah. Ooh. GG. But like making spreadsheets, guides, video essays, and everything, I like the predominant feeling that I had in my head was just like that I had during the entire experience of doing all of that was like I have to be right about everything. I have to do this the right way, and I have to do this in a way that like that doesn't make the cynics in the space upset, because that would be something I don't want. Holy shit. Meta Cringe Lord is here. Save me, Meta Cringe Lord. Save me. Save me from this conversation. Yeah. Oof, okay. I didn't buffer the roll correctly there. I think I could have rolled out of that. Ooh. GG. I don't know. If I look at my past, like sometimes I do think like, oh no, what if alcoholism gave me brain damage? You know, what if I'm stupider than I have been before? But then I think about how I was before, and I'm like, no, that's not the case. I've kind of always had that paranoia, or like any number of paranoias. If you name a paranoia, like describe a paranoid scenario, I've probably had that, and probably had the weird delusion that I was in that scenario. White Knights, get his ass. That sounded a bit mean. A bit rude to my chat. Hold on, I'm getting on my horse. Okay. Yeah, no one should have Twitter. Social media corporations want to take your misery and demoralization and turn it into continuous addictive engagement on their little anger cell Skinner box. This is true. And everyone should listen to QVG. I will get better at aiming this attack. Reading the Bible? Good, don't get Twitter. Litzker's based. Everyone should listen to Litzker's advice also about computer stuff. And especially social media stuff. Because Litzker does not have Twitter. The paranoia in your head, been thinking about that in terms of cannabis or psychedelics. Yeah. I think you can say porn on Twitch. You can say the word porn. You can say that, Jay. You can say porn. Golly. Ah! Okay, if that hits. Nice. Oh my gosh, that's the early hit. I did it. That would never have hit. Ever. One time. Ever. Ooh. Ooh! Saucy. GG. Is that the equivalent to porn? For some people, I think it is, yeah. But I mean, like, are you gonna look at that and, like, expand that, right? To, if somebody somewhere has a kink about it, like, is that the equivalent of porn? Or, like, if it's somebody's thing, right? Like, is that porn? And I would go, sure. Does it matter though? Not entirely. I think that internet culture has done a weird, like, Puritan regression when it comes to porn. Like, it exists, and people look it up and find it. And bad stuff happens surrounding it, I would say. In terms of, like, people being objectified or like hurt, right? And we don't need to go too far down in that rabbit hole. But like people get objectified and hurt in other ways, and like the moral of a lot of these stories, right, is that like while you can separate sexual content from spaces, and you can separate like sexual conduct from spaces, but you can't keep the harm that you're trying to like prevent people from going through. Like obviously there's a difference between like certain types of that content and others, and like the expectations around that's wow, I'm just like biting on my foot. Like my point ultimately is that like sex, and especially the violence surrounding sex, is more or less about control. Like sex can be about control, but like especially when you look at harm that comes to people over it, like that's about control. And you don't really remove that from the space when you remove sexual content. It's more like a conduct thing, I would say, when you're talking about like what thing is porn and what isn't, like what can be expected in the space. And there's an amount of like best viewers on. Oh my god. Well, I better click that link. They've got the best viewers on. Where's the ban button in Twitch? There. What? Right click. How do I have to like copy the name? /ban. Boop. The best viewers on were the friends that we made along the way, I think. Yeah, ESRB and places like that. Like, if you try to systematize it, then, like, you either end up with, like, a system that's just completely out of touch, or you end up with, like, I wanted to poise it. Like a system that's not completely out of touch, but also has to be completely vigilant over everything. That was so lucky of you. That was so impressive of you, I should say. Did you? That has a surprisingly large hitbox. I can see why Noob likes this. Oh. GG. ESRB is in touch enough. It exists because enough people want something they can trust and give their money in for that rating system. I think ESRB itself not so great, but a rating system is good. Like having something like that, that's good, I think. I don't think that we need, like, certain facets of ESRB. Well, like, needed, yeah. We get into the discussion of, like, content labeling, and that's just important, right? Yeah. But again, like the context that we were talking about earlier is that this is like specifically talking about, do bathtub streamers count as porn? And honestly, I don't think that you can really have an answer to that question unless you yourself are like using it that way. Or like you know somebody who is. But like porn itself is kind of loaded. This conversation has been going on far too long. Parents are just not going to pre-watch every single piece of content. Do your parents need to do that though? Like in the case that there's no like centralized ESRB. I guess like yeah. The answer that jumps to mind is yeah. But also I don't know. I think maybe if you just label the thing correctly, right? Or like I don't know. I'm getting too in the weeds about like what to put on a box containing a movie or a video game. GG. That's it. That's all. A woman on the beach Okay, a woman on the beach in a bikini isn't inherently sexual / porn. A woman on the beach doing exaggerated poses with that intent changes everything. Oh yeah, no, so funny story, my dad showed me a movie called Let's Scare Jessica to Death when I was like in, I don't know what grade, like 5th or 6th maybe 4th. And like, I still think about that movie. I want to rewatch it because I'm like, I'm definitely not through it, you know. It's still kind of, I remember very distinct parts about that movie. It's not like a jump scare horror movie. It's like one of those psychological, like, lets you stew, feels dreadful the whole time and it keeps getting worse. For the record, I'm black crystalling here because of the ping. Yeah, but Twitch won't do that because they want money from horny people. Which, like, yeah, you know, I've been thinking about it lately, especially because like I've been feeling not exactly as sexual lately. Oh dear. I've gone and matched with the same bloke. Because like on the conversation of sexual content and like stuff like that, it feels like a manner of like self-expression that almost reads as childish to me. Like right now, at least, in my current mindscape of just feeling effectively asexual. He's an addict. You're just spectating? I mean, that's based, though. 11,351 ms. Down to 1,100, 800, 1,000. Oh dear. Femboy lover, how could you do this to me? No, Legu would wear Squid Witch all the time. Also, I did want to add something to the bikini example earlier where like there's the woman on the beach, right? Like she can choose to self-express that way, I think. Like I don't know. I want to like add that degree of separation where like she's not putting anything out. She's not like extending something by physically reflecting how she feels. Although the type of content I think that you will expect to see after seeing the woman, if it's an art, like if it's a piece of art that you're looking at and the woman is posing, like what you expect to see after that is markedly different. I wish that art were to take more risks in that vein and like, oh my gosh, you're so lucky. Hello, NRD, RNS, NRD, I forgot your name. NRD, RNS. Nerdichi. GGVV. Big, beefy. The salami is in. Ah, shit, we're back on the sex topic. But would any woman do that? Yes. Yes, I know several who would do that, who would definitely do that. Like, it comes to a point where, like, you either want to self-express that way or you don't. And I don't think I think the number of people who would, if it didn't cause others to like view them in a certain way or like view what they expect the scenario to be. How did that sentence even start? Wow, I am tired. There are consequences for acting that way, I will say. There are ways that people view you and view those actions that aren't intended by the actions themselves. By being just overt and flirty, right? The woman form of machismo, where you behave as a peacock, showing off your plumage. How late is it? It's, I think 3 p.m. almost? We haven't been listening to music this whole time. That's why I've been in this, on this topic for so long. The law is that men and women can walk topless in New York City, apparently. That's the law. That's just how it is on this bitch of an earth. Hi, I like Noob. Iron Yacht Hammer. Okay. This earth is all about topless in New York. I should roll sometimes. Play Chaos Blade. Do Havelmom Great Club build now. I invented the Great Club in this game. GG. GG Umbasa. Actually, Robin invented Great Club in this game. I am merely the torchbearer. Well, actually, Noob is the torchbearer because his Great Club is literally a fucking fire one. Do I think Office is underrated, or do you just like it? It's good in certain setups. I think I like it for certain setups. It is objectively the best choice in very specific scenarios, but you don't get those scenarios often. Women have been legally allowed to go topless in public in New York City since 1992. Cool. Moving to New York as a homeless, because I won't be able to pay rent in there. Yeah, I feel like we just completely lost the topic. It's just gone. Is this the right website? Oh, I'm fighting Noob. To give you an idea of the situations that Cestus is better at versus other offhands like Dagger. Dagger is better in basically every neutral scenario unless you're like trying to poise trade to get some kind of combo like CDGS or maybe Great Hammer. This person doesn't play like Noob at all. Like, Dagger's a much better tool for that. GG. I was really hoping for hyper armor there. Let's listen to the Bomberman mobile OST. That was quite loud. One in the court law. This one woman was a pioneer for topless women. Now every cop is trained about it. I wish cops would be trained more about not doing police chases that recklessly endanger people in the US. That would be a good thing to drill cops on right now. One of the good things to drill cops on right now would be that. But Joby, they look cool. Noob, have you been to New York? Or are you like reading from like Forbes or something? I would... Like, my first instinct there isn't to, like, oh, wow. Maybe I should rethink my whole, worldview. It would be to, like, I want to fact check all of that. Oh god. Okay. I'll learn to aim this eventually. I'll stop being disappointed. Hi Furitoho, welcome to the stream. There isn't a lot of space and resources. Okay, like, I'm inviting anyone who lives in New York to say that they live in New York. This is not a good OST for this. This is not a good OST for this. Let's do, like, top 1,000 all time. Breath of the Wild, Brawl Stars, Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown original soundtrack. Alright, this sounds good. You do not thank the Lord. Well, okay, then, like, what What are you talking about? Who do you know that lives in New York who's like complaining about this stuff? Are you actually just complaining because you read an article that told you this stuff? Or is it like, do you know people who live in New York who are facing these problems? Because like half of the fucking news articles that I read, I will look into and be fucking floored at the conclusions that they come to on zero evidence, just making like rational leaps in judgment based on platitudes or based on like a study from 1985 that found that there's a statistical correlation between like yogurt and autism. Hey Diamond, welcome to the stream. There's no such thing as fact-checking. You cannot trust others. Okay, you can have a relative degree of trust though, right? It's not black and white, right? You don't need full trust or full distrust. You can like I trust my mom, right? I do trust her. I think that she's an awesome woman. I think that she's really great. However, there are certain things that I don't think my mom would be correct about. Oh, I really wanted that. I think that my mom sometimes talks about homeopathic medicine, and that's okay. You know, she can do that. That like helps her process certain things, but there's certain aspects of homeopathy that I disagree with, that I think is dangerous. And I can't for the life of me drop my cynicism for 5 minutes to believe that the toxins in my hand, like releasing my chi points or my pressure points, right, will change things about my my sinuses or like my migraine or whatever. Last I read, okay, well, what did you read? Asylum State and Welcome All Migrants. Yeah, I really doubt that, noob. Like, having very recent experience with learning how difficult it is to migrate to the US as anyone, right? And also having seen, like, images, you know, and testimonials of people who have attempted to cross borders to the US, having been put into detention. Have you seen the pictures of the kids in dog cages? Because that's a thing that ICE does. Fuck, there's just so much shit that like gets left out of so many stories. Like, if you don't have a study that can be relatively backed by things, or, you know, you don't have, yeah, a study would be good to start off with. Gosh, I've been, like, ranting about this for a while, and I haven't been keeping up with chat. Someone tried to recreate the results of studies in major psych journals and couldn't get the same results for like 60%. Yeah, that is a thing. Study replicability is massive. And there is a big problem in academia when it comes to people publishing studies for specific results because they want to be right about something, they want a big headline, they want to push a pharmaceutical, but that's harder in a lot of disciplines. Even with like statistical studies, you can end up with people being frankly dishonest. That's a crime. Okay, I really need to like scroll up. Yeah. The studies on the economic impact of immigrants to a society being positive is another very good one to look into. Like, I'm saying this as I have definitely seen those studies before, and I would happily present them in this conversation. Because I believe in their validity. GG. How much gold it would take to buy the median house in 2024 versus 1929. It's almost the same amount in gold. Okay, but the number of houses has increased, QV. And the number of people has increased. The amount of gold has not increased. That is still an inflationary relationship on something that, like, by all means, we have enough for people. Like, we do. It's that the distribution of the thing that we have enough of doesn't match the people that need the thing. There are people that use the gold standard, but they forgot about feudalism. Like, tactical forgetting about feudalism is one of the funniest things in political discourse. I'm trying... Well, I don't actually have to try to not show my hand, but, yeah. Let's use rhodium. Okay, yeah, I deserve that. Okay. I can scroll up. The mayor. Locals are pissed about it. Yeah, name the locals. Or like, show us the locals, the New York mayor saying them. They themselves have received over 100,000 seeking asylum within the last couple of years. Gosh. I don't know. Like, if you're a politician and I do not want to see that. We just had that discussion. Why can't I just like left click ban people from my chat? Thank you, Energy. Mod team. I hope nobody saw them naked. Let me ban. Gold is actually edible in, like, reasonable quantities. So, it is theoretically yummy in your tummy. I am out of stamina. And now I have less poise. Now my poise has been reset. Oh dear. Well, okay, first you're saying migrants, now you're saying illegals. Like, the conversation has completely changed. Right? Like, spending money on, like, do you believe that the city isn't, like, cashing in on immigrant workers? Like, underpaid workforces that speak very little English, that get basically abused by their employers for wages that they don't know they can fight for higher ones. Like, even in the case that you have people who migrated here illegally, like, somebody is fucking cashing in on those people. They are not a very defended class. And if you call ICE on them, like every step of the way, if you like try to make a business, like, if you don't report on that, then your ass is on the line. Like, no, I'm saying, okay. Money on shelters and food for. Which city is spending money on that, though? And, like, is that amount of money significantly higher or lower than the amount that it spends, like, what's the word? Fuck, I'm forgetting the word. The US does it with the milk industry. Like, supporting several large companies that control specific key resources because they're too big to fail, because they find tax loopholes, like, GG. Yeah, that's the same thing in US too. Like, if you work for a long time in one company, you are probably underpaid because switching jobs is how you argue for a higher salary. You can argue your worth is higher when you switch jobs, and it's like to the benefit of your employer never to give you a raise, because at that point you're locked in. Like, they have you for longer, and it's more likely that you won't be able to find another job. Hey, Gucci-man. We're talking about politics, and I'm trying to be cordial. I think I'm doing a great job. Oh. I don't know, like, something about me just doesn't like trusting the word of politicians, or like a vague people are upset. Like, I want to know someone that you know who's upset. I want to know, like, yeah, my friend was directly impacted by this. You know, I don't want to, like this vague, spooky, the spooky zeitgeist is coming to take your job, right? The scapegoat is going to do a bad thing. Hi, Laura. We found Laura. Washed up on the beach, wrapped in plastic. Oh, there's a follow-up. Almost always gets you a better pay. Well, that's the... It's because of the incentive structure behind corporations right now. Like, if you extrapolate the system, it's game theory at that point. You can very easily tell why it's happening, and it is not because of scapegoat class of people. It is not because of any amount of, like, public city spending. Like, we have enough resources to do the things that you say that people are doing. We're not doing it, right? It's... I very much doubt that that is actually happening for any large number of people that you've described. Cities are remarkably unprofitable places. And it is because the real estate industry is bloated at the insurance level, like beyond 2008 levels. It's because of like an extreme level of weird stock market bullshit that has nothing to do with any of the businesses but regards speculation on those businesses, and is also a huge reason that these places are optimized to the point of being readable through game theory and using their workers and using PR as a platform for just like soon I will learn the hyper armor frames and ooh, okay, that's really interesting. Yes, it is staying alive as a service rather than as something that you own. And like, unfortunately, right, the buy-in is like you have to believe in those underlying systems and you have to participate in those systems, and like there's incentive to believe that you are already right about the world and about why things happen in this way. And so a lot of people won't well, I could phrase that a bit better instead of like, hey Don Ventress, we're the one-handed R1 rolling attacks with canceling. I don't think that can be a pseudo, actually. I keep forgetting that you can't aim that after using Excel. Woof. Why is that always the argument against trying to prioritize actual American? Slash legal. Well, what you're saying is that priority is being taken away from these things, and that's just not the case. They're not prioritized in the first place. Cities like New York, Chicago, and etc. are actively employing measures to kill their homeless populations. It is not okay. It's never been okay, and it's a part of the same system that also demonizes the idea, the scapegoat of the illegal immigrant. You are angry at a scapegoat. You are not angry at the thing that causes those people to be downtrodden. The effects on those people, like, and especially like people like to view homeless people as like just a given, right? In our society, but that's not the case in like most other civilized parts of the world. Low-income communities, jobs are going to be taken away from me. It's not even about jobs, it's about taking up space and resources and clogging up the system that go into... Yeah, no, the resources are there. Like, I sincerely don't think... I sincerely doubt that you are looking at the actual numbers. Oh dear. 2,100 there. Okay. Those last couple hits were on me. They look like a Cheeto. Oh, it is actually... It's a Lion Clan warrior. I could work that into a cheetah pun. Yeah, no, the crisis that you're talking about, Noob, does not exist. It is a scapegoat. It is a talking point used by politicians to detract from issues that have actual sources by gesturing at an invisible problem that nobody can clearly identify because it does not exist. They create it to explain the problem so that they don't have to take accountability for the problem. Or so that they can explain the problem as unsolvable or someone else's fault, or like there's a number of things that you can do with scapegoating problems like that. Economics is kind of fun. I enjoy game theory, but it's like at a certain point I just get sad because I can't like the system. I cannot tell you that Texas is lying about thousands of illegals crossing the border every day. What do you mean Texas? Has the who is Texas? Do you mean the governor of Texas? Do you mean ICE? Do you mean like a business owner in Texas? Do you mean all business owners in Texas? Do you mean a resident of Texas? Do you mean the spokespeople in the House of Representatives? Border control of Texas. Okay, follow me on this one, right? So the company, or the label that the US government uses, the people that get paid to solve the problem that is people coming over the border in Texas. The company that gets paid to worry about that has an incentive to falsely inflate the number or the depth of that. They have a very strong incentive to make a larger issue out of a smaller problem when it comes to that, because that is their entire livelihood. That is the entire reason that they exist there. It's a heavily politicized thing in Texas because, one, everything can be political. You can't have anything without somebody trying to politicize it at some point. Like, my existence is politicized. I'm very familiar with this effect. You can be a scapegoat if you simply exist. I don't doubt that people are, like, trying to escape harsh conditions by attempting to cross the Texan border, right? I don't doubt that that happens. I doubt that it's as big a problem as politicians make it out to be. I have not seen this problem, I have not touched this problem, and therefore I do not think that it is a problem. I have not, like, tangibly observed it in any meaningful way. And where I have tangibly observed it, I have seen it to be beneficial for those that already live in Texas or in any other state. Like, it's not a zombie plague, right? It's not, we're not talking about like people covered in suction cups that suck up all the money right? You're talking about a severely underpaid workforce who emerge from basically nothing, want to work to get money, and who face a severely strong risk of being displaced from every aspect of civilization. Aside from being imprisoned or being like separated from their families, and still being quote allowed to participate in the economy. I would imagine that the worst thing that can happen to you if you do get caught doing that, right, is like you go to an American prison. That's a guess, by the way. I do not know how bad Mexican prisons are. Ah, that doesn't work. I completely, like, I've just zoned out this entire time. I have lost, like, every fight because I have been talking about this. US is not a rich country anymore. That's the thing. Yeah, we can't afford it even if some people exaggerate the issue. Other indications of increased border crossings than just Border Patrol numbers. There's an economic study out there showing that in 2023, immigrants paid about $30 billion in taxes, but they cost $180 billion. I'd like to see that study if you have it. Like, I would. If you can, like, link that to me in DMs or something. Or, I mean, honestly, just link it on stream as long as it doesn't contain slurs or something. I'd like to know what that government spending was used on. And I'd also like to know the validity of the study. Because, like, on one hand, I want to see it and be like, ooh, nice. GG. Wingnut UGS is pretty good. Okay, let me look it up. I would stream it, but I don't know what I'm gonna stream on my browser, so. Fair study 180B 2023. Stanford University Explore courses? No, that's SUEC. Fair House Investigations, fair study on financial cost of the Biden border crisis. I don't think he managed to do that. Total national employment. Okay, Federation for American Immigration Reform. Let's see about mission values. As concerned Americans, off to a bad start. Okay. So I'm not currently pleasantly surprised by anything that I'm looking at, but that's just the mission statement, and I haven't looked at the substance of the study yet, which is important to look at. It's just that, like, we're Americans who are concerned about border policies that may overcrowd us. Like, not a lot of substance there. I think I'll use this this time with Laura to speak about what I'm looking at here. I did find an article on it. I haven't found Launching the investigation in June. Multiple, the Homeland Security Committee. Okay, also House Committee releases a press conference. Where's the study? Preliminary majority report. Why Secretary Mayorkas must be investigated for his border crisis. Okay, I thought it was Biden's border crisis. I'm getting like mixed messages here from like this website. I get that the U.S. economy is so shitty right now, and that most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Make it easy to find a scapegoat, like the migrant issue, to blame on. Most Americans are tired of looking at how the government handles these issues. All we see is money and resources going out to everyone but us, and most Americans are tired of paying for it. Well, like, you're... What you're saying, right, has no substance unless you have a study that says that these, like, this money is going to people. Like, do you know how much the American military spends on bombs that just blow up people in deserts? Most of our money printed does that. Like a significant amount. Not most of, but like... Our military expenditures are way worse than this. Like, extremely worse. So fucking worse. Fourth interim report. Homeland majority. Americans could pay up to $451 billion. That's could. Send Constable 4. Homeland.house.gov. Okay, so Homeland Security Republicans. All I'm seeing is like half a report. Read the committee's interim report, second interim report, the committee's third interim report. I'm not finding a study. House investigation cites FAIR study. Where is the FAIR study? I don't even see where the House Committee cites the FAIR study in this article. It's just the title of the article. I don't even see it in the fourth interim report. Linked in the... Yeah, I'm not finding it. I'm not finding it, QBG. Is my problem with immigration or military spending? Because I'm skipping around here. Or wait, no. You're talking about migrants like they aren't literally free money for the country that received them. Okay. I want the study, QV. I want the study that you promised me. I did not find the study. I Googled it. I've done... I feel like I've done more than the bare minimum here. I feel like I've kind of like reached out and I've really tried to look at those numbers that you sent. There's nowhere have I seen the number 180 billion outside of a graphic on a website that just says the number. Like it just pulls the number out of nowhere. fairus.org. Okay. Federation for American Immigration Reform. Okay, so summary, text full report, including state-specific information. Click here. Okay, this is a report and not a study. The cost study report. It is a report. I'm not like, I don't think that's like a gotcha, right? I don't think that's a smoking gun, but I feel like the difference is probably more significant than nothing. Also, hi Key, good morning. Somebody said death to America, and I am honestly kind of with it. The message got deleted, but like, you know, yeah. It's hard to say that without certain connotations, but like also, there's a lot of things wrong with a lot of the patterns in the country. And I don't think that nationalistic pride in America is like a good thing. I don't think it's a positive thing for the US as a whole. I don't want an economic stream. Okay, well, you don't get one by sending this, I think, because this is just a bunch of graphics. This is like people... Gross cost of analysis. This project contains extensive analysis of both federal and state local spending on many fronts, reflecting the nationwide scope of immigration, public schooling, and post-secondary education programs, welfare and healthcare. That was a bit snippy. Like what it amounts to, right, is that like I'm just deciding not to back down on the issue, right? Like I'm not gonna just say like let's agree to disagree. You know, I want to examine this thing, and I want to try to get at hard numbers that we can look at together. These receipts fall far short of covering the expensive incurred. Okay. A note on the lack of transparency in government data reporting. Immigration imposes significant direct costs on the United States in the form of gang-related crime and trafficking of drugs and humans. But thanks to jurisdictional differences and sanctuary politics that protect criminal illegal aliens in many states or localities, this cost often remains a known unknown. For other topics like post-secondary education, we had to stitch together sources and create new methodologies in order to calculate our estimates because we had to stitch sources together and create new methodologies in order to calculate our estimates because while the relevant data is tracked, it is fragmented across different sources. Summary of methodology. Okay. That's not a good sign. Okay, Noob, you're talking about problems that emerged because of like the bloated housing market. That's not something that happened because there's this invisible majority of immigrants that are causing taxes to rise up. It's not because of Medicaid, right? It's not even because of like wars that we're involved in that we shouldn't be involved in. It is flatly because there are people who benefit at very high up positions in the stock market from inflating investment portfolios, which include things like mortgage-backed securities. Oh, okay, GG. Things like mortgage-backed securities, things like like there's just it's been so long since I've looked into the housing market. But like groceries are somewhat the same way. Like businesses cannot afford to not be making inflationary growth right now. And in order to do that, they have to scrape their bottom line to the minimum possible degree, like to the absolute smallest amount that it can be scraped, which includes laying off a lot of their workforce to a skeleton crew that can do way too much work for way too little pay. Stay away one of the last 4 years. Okay. The worst I've ever experienced. There's been no substance. You have been talking about problems that you have not faced. Besides, like, you know, economic inflation and economic recession that has been in the making for, like, actual dozens of years. Like, you can look at the patterns. Oh, fuck. Eventually, I will learn not to over-rotate. Stagnant wages and corporate profits going up, fueling inflation, which is going to keep happening if people keep focusing on vilifying poor people. Yeah. Like, it's not that Noob is vilifying poor people exactly, it's just that the sources that I'm seeing that are, like, vilifying government spending on poor people, air quotes, like, also includes several examples of, like, why you should vilify poor people so far. And, like, I'm getting to this report, right? Okay. I started feeling this way 4 years ago, completely unrelated to anything else that was happening. Every single US president since Ronald Reagan has been more or less on the same page. And, like, even before then, it hasn't exactly been much of a choice. But there was... Or I say since Ronald Reagan, like, Ronald Reagan was the initial, like, point of, like, divergence from that. Like, the war on drugs being completely overblown in, America's policing is, one of those. It's one of those, I don't want to say it's completely a scapegoat. I've watched some of Narcos, right? I've looked into the history of some of this, but, like, also, God, I wanted to parry this. Okay, the mistake I made there was, like, opening a sentence with, like, I've watched some of Narcos. Like, that doesn't really come close to the scale of the US war on drugs thing. And I wouldn't be the best person right now to give a studied response to using drugs as a scapegoat, or, like, why we spend so much money on the DEA, for example. Okay, well, I mean, we're handshaking at the end there. Like, we don't have faith in the government. Like, that's just... I'm glad we're on the same page there. But, like, you do still have faith in the government because you believe that the government, like... could be good if only they, follow these 3 easy steps. That holds true for, like, 20 administrations. I mean, like, okay. I don't think we have a good grasp on the way that this has been handled, because we haven't actually been looking at accurate information regarding the stuff. Like, I'm seeing, I am like scrolling, I'm tabbing back and forth into this, and like, I'm seeing numbers, and I'm seeing like, the total cost is split across thousands of school districts that compile budgets in different ways and is likely incalculable. If ascertained, however, it would likely be included as one of the single largest education-related costs. Like, I'm saying words like likely, and in this stuff, and he just, I don't know, it feels like they just looked at a bunch of numbers and decided to multiply them. This doesn't feel like a statistical study. This is like, there's even like fucking inflammatory evocative imagery in the thing itself. It reads like an article on I mean, it just reads like an Economist article, like an Economist newsletter article. Like, the second one to medical is law enforcement, which is kind of funny, since, like, yeah, we spend a lot on law enforcement regarding border policies. Oh, shit. I don't know, we're back at square one, where we don't have hard data to look at, and so it can only be a, like, feels issue. Like, the number 180 billion is very evocative, and it's like, wow, that's a big number. I can't even conceptualize that amount of money. What would I even buy with that? I could probably house fucking everyone in the US with that kind of money. That's an exaggeration, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you're dealing with a company, essentially, that exists at a rung of government that basically exists to politicize its own existence, its own reason for existing. Like, if you tell people, if you give people a job and tell them that their job is to explain why they have this job, then they're gonna do it, you know? And they're gonna explain why they should be paid more to do the same job. And they're gonna tell you about how much it's gonna matter for them to continue having this job. Hi, Wave. I like your number of ones in your name. Petra Reed, New York spends 1.4 billion. Right, so, I think. No, actually, Key, you can't do that because that's communism. Don't you know? Sorry, I'm being a bit snippy and facetious now because, like, I don't know. I feel like the conversation is like poison to begin with because we don't have information on it. We don't have hard information on it at all. We haven't arrived at the burden of truth, like, bar for this conversation to even happen. And that's what I've been kind of getting at this whole time, where, like, I'm looking at these articles, I'm looking at this information that's getting presented in my chat, and it's just, there's just, the burden of proof is on you, my dude. Like, the conversation that we're having is unreachable. Tax corporations, tax the wealthy, and we have enough money suddenly. Like, you don't need people to be able to amass enough wealth to buy a yacht for each person in their generation for 100 generations. Honestly, I would say the stock market as a whole amounts to a very large MLM scheme. But I mean, that's economics in general. Like, the dollar makes sense because people already believe in it. If people didn't believe in it, then it wouldn't work. Which is, like, hilariously why libertarians like to talk about the gold standard. Because, like, the gold has value outside of being paper. Like, no shit, so do potatoes. Like, it's useful in microprocessors. But, like, the artificial value assigned to gold as, like, an economic force is, I would say, worse than the dollar because it weighs stuff. If you don't have enough room for storage or, like, easy access to the gold, then, like, it just arbitrarily punishes you for being poor. And even in, like, I think you could have combat that. Even in times where, like, gold was the standard, you noticed a much harsher impact on poor people because, like, you can't even amass gold. You can't collect it from people who would seek to do violence to gain gold or tax poorer communities or whatever. We have money for everyone but fixing our communities. We do? We do have money for that. It doesn't get spent for that. I don't think that you understand. It doesn't get spent for that. I don't know how much experience you have being homeless or poor or, like, any of those things. Like, talk to a veteran, you know, talk to people who know how well those programs work for people who are in the military and how well the military, like, budget treats them. You know, go talk to a homeless vet and, like, see how... Holy shit, femboy lover. You're breaking my heart, buddy. Or how well, like, drug rehabilitation programs do, or, like, how well policing in impoverished communities do, like, how far that goes to help those communities. Or, like, look into health insurance at all, or the insurance industry at all. Like, these people are not succeeding, you know, they're not winning the system. They're not getting a better deal out of this than you are. Hi, Nighty Night. Yeah. I saw it coming. I wanted to walk to the side of it. Didn't roll out of it, out of my sense of honor. If you want to like put your attention on like public infrastructure, look at implementing train systems or buses or trolleys, you know? Much more efficient ways of getting around, much more fuel efficient. The freight industry is fucked. Train infrastructure is down like hella. Railway companies end up getting by on like fucking up twice a year, basically. Like, train derailments keep happening, and it's because the companies themselves are just not paying enough on their trains. Just flat out. Like, I think so many amenities, so many things just could be centralized to the US government if we're using this system that just aren't. Like, we do not need... Ooh! Oh, holy shit. Holy shit! GG. We do not need corporate oligopolies and just straight monopolies running like insulin, right? Who's gonna... There's not gonna be an innovation in fucking insulin. There's not gonna be an innovation in like the railway industry that's gonna make it necessary to have the idea of an evolutionary marketplace for those things. Hi, Lidsker. Oh. Trains are awesome, yeah. Making walkable cities, stopping urban sprawl is a good example. We're building houses at a scale that's like so fucking massive, and just subsidizing companies that do this. And a lot of these houses no one will live in. They are for exclusively investment purposes to show like future growth. To promise future growth on assets to investors. The US government subsidizes so much about, like... Ooh. Is that Stone Ring? That is Stone Ring. Okay. It changes every 3 seconds. No, yeah, it's just the same thing. It's exploring a topic that is generally that is generally not well understood politically, but still complained about by a large number of people. and complaining about it, but for reasons that actually exist. Instead of, like, ghosts. Oh, golly. Okay, I think I got desynced there. I got suspended transform desynced. That one was actually desync in a good way. I got a CD'd there, which is interesting and cool and consistent. Aw, for some reason I thought I'd do an R2. GG. Sex transmitted desync. Okay, I gotta get up for a minute. I'll be back very soon. I will see you very soon. Bleh. Okay, okay. Hello. I came back just in time. To answer your question, Noob, how is our money coming back to us? It's not. It is not. It has not been doing that for a long time. It goes to companies who can pay the government to have subsidies from the government given to them. You get to pay money to gain power in the government, and that maintains the cycle of the entire incentive structure. It's game theory at that point. Like, it's why cigarettes got to lobby for however many fucking years before, like, the actual government could recognize that they caused cancer. Yeah, it's getting turned into the economist's favorite, like, thing. It's getting turned into GDP, which is like, the economy is doing so good because we're spending so much money on maximizing our GDP and our corporate profits and the Dow Jones and stuff. Like, you are right to be upset. Like, the where the money is going is pushing every aspect of insurance and speculative finance to its maximum right now. It is making it bubble so fucking hard so that everyone keeps paying into it so that we can cash out as big as possible. But yeah, money has not been going back to the community, like, in an efficient way for, like, the entirety of America's history. There have been very few instances of that happening in a good way. It has happened somewhat recently. Like, there have been initiatives that cause that to happen, but, like, most of the actually good things come from shit. Can I just lock on? Yeah, I should just do that. Joby, change scene. I've been playing so well, too. Thank you, Radwalls. Thank you. Oh, no. I follow and say gaming. That is so based. Hi, I follow and say gaming. A lot of the successful, I forgot if I finished that sentence, but a lot of the successful and, like, actually helpful organizations that do assist communities come from those communities. They don't come from the bureaucratic nightmare that is the government. It's like nonprofits, startups, and just, like, loose collections of people that don't identify as a corporation or a nonprofit or anything. Like there have been some movements in the past which include an element of that, like a large part of the Black Panthers, for example, besides the counter-policing stuff in black neighborhoods, was a great deal of effort on assisting impoverished community members. And especially, like, black youth outreach in the city. And it's been a while since I've researched this, but, like, the prefigurative work that goes into a lot of these movements is, like, astoundingly effective and astoundingly good for so many people. And it cannot be spoken about enough, because that kind of help in the system that we live in now is, like, not dispensable. we cannot get around needing stuff like that. Yeah, LD was first, but I read your message first. Hey, Metaphorical. Welcome to the stream. No, I actually really like the idea that we can find parallels of real-world things in Dark Souls. Like, I've been researching esoteric religion lately, and it feels like every time I find a new thing, I'm like, how can I relate this to Elden Ring? Like, how can I put this against the themes in Elden Ring and find parallels? And typically I have to admit that Miyazaki was onto something. Let's change shirts. This one's not doing it for me. I need to find a shirt that makes me feel like competing. Yeah. Now this is a shirt. Oh, I just remembered who Solmir is from earlier. We had like a bunch of friendlies. GG. Define prefigurative. Oh, this is great. So, prefigurativism is the belief that things should be better and aren't better, and the understanding that in order to change things for the better, you need to create the systems that make that actively, tangibly improve people's lives. So like food drives, public outreach, you know, what you think of when you think of like helping people in a communal way. Like, if you have a leftist organization, for example, and your goal is to change things at a high level, and nothing that you do changes anything until you get in power, then like what you've done is create a system that does not know how to change yet. It does not know how to create a better system. It just knows how to seize power. It just knows the things that you do to gain more power. And throughout history, we can see leftist organizations falling for that trick, falling for that trap where these organizations of people, these social organisms, end up significantly burdened by the fact that they do not have define laneism. I'll do that next. They're held back by the fact that they do not have a model for what it looks like to actually collect these organizations and to collect resources into things that they can actively support to do good. So the idea behind prefigurativism is you want an organization that has these systems in place and grows from these systems, and does not grow from a collective of people simply trying to seize power for the sake of power for some lofty ideal of what things could be like. If only we change XYZ, you want the actual systems in place already within the social organism. We were connected from before we knew. Yeah. No matter where you go, everyone's connected. Laneism is something that emerged accidentally. Like, the entire... Oh shit, I don't want to spoil Lane for Allie. Sorry, Allie's in stream. I can make her not listen, but I don't want to spoil it accidentally. And I also don't want to make her not watch the stream. You cannot spoil Lane. I don't know if what you just said was a moral imperative. Nobody understands it just by watching it once. Yeah, but I'm about to like explain it at a high conceptual level. But yeah, I'd have to like go through every sentence that I say and think like, okay, how does this affect the impact of certain themes? And I guess in this case, it's probably not that big of a deal. But, Serial Experiments Lane. Hi.
I'll go outside.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go smoke. You can
Yeah.
explain your...
You can take the folding chair out there if you want and just like leave it. No one's gonna take it.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I don't want to lose stuff.
Okay. My cat's gonna go outside and smoke weed.
Yeah.
So, define laneism. The question was define laneism, please. God damn it. Lane was a cautionary tale made by its author about how the real world and the internet, like the internet shouldn't be used to connect people in lieu of the real world, and that those things shouldn't be conflated with each other. But what we saw is that this person's predictions for the internet as a whole were largely correct from the 80s. Like, the anime was made way before the technology was there for the kinds of things that it contains. And like, even to this day, things in Serial Experiments Lane are still getting like invented. Hey Rella. Lane writes to Yaoi about Elden Ring PvP streamers. God, that takes me back to writing Yaoi about Dark Souls 2 streamers. Good fight. I think it's very deep for a number of reasons, and a lot of those reasons are very personal for whoever watches it, or can be very personal. What Yaoi written about someone who later came out as trans femme count as straight literature? I don't think you can gatekeep Yaoi like that. I knows it when I sees it. But if she would rather not be categorized as Yaoi, then I would respect her wishes. I feel that it's more about the writing style of the demure and soft-spoken entities. I should have rolled this. I think missing the rolling attack was my issue there. That was my big mess up. GG, Ms. Pussy. You win this time. A shame, Radwells. You seemed an honest man. I think MS is like MS. It's like an MS Paint. Microsoft Pussy. Oh, Iron King Hammer, okay. Not what I expected at all. Ah! Oh my gosh. Aiming this thing is so weird. So much ADP. Oh, okay. GG. I need to be more patient against level 284 players. Like high SL players in general with this setup. Because like they'll just have enough ADP to counter what I'm doing, and also enough stamina to punish me no matter what. The setup really benefits from that. Like just having the patience to know when you can start applying pressure and doing it correctly instead of like... I mean, also missing my attacks is another aspect of something that I can improve. Skinny! Hello, Skinny Legend 95. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see you. Okay, we've got a chicken wing. I didn't see that before I approached. Come on. GG. Have I heard about the Dwarf Fortress bug where cats kept drinking themselves to death? Aww. I have not heard about that bug. That's quite sad. Oh yeah, I'd like to also mention the current thing that we're listening to is the Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown original soundtrack. which can be found on this website. We have been listening to this for a while, and I mentioned it earlier, but like I want to keep active about announcing what we're listening to. Oh my gosh. That tracks, actually. If we imagine the wet, sticky beer tiles as an unavoidable status effect of walking on the tiles. I feel like cats are too graceful to get matted down with alcohol, though. I don't imagine that they would typically enjoy licking it off either, so they wouldn't want to touch it. But if movement and having that applied to you is randomized, then yeah, the logic is great. I missed. They have Dark Orb and Resonant Soul equipped. Okay. In that instance, I did not have pressure. Worth. GG. Woo, Nelly. Have I talked about politics this stream? That was like the whole stream, too. I'm not usually like this, I swear. I mean, I'm always like this, but I don't usually talk about it. I think the moral of the story, right, is like not to get defeatist about not being able to know anything for sure. It's like the idea that things can be known for sure is objectivist. Woo! Spicy! Which is, like, it's a valid philosophical framework that I just think is wrong. But, like, if you look at trusted sources of information or untrusted sources of information and you're like, I have no way of knowing if one is right or the other is wrong because they can both be wrong, so nothing can be trusted to be right. I mean, it's easy to just get cynical about everything and to just, like, go off the deep end and think that it's all impossible to know anything, right? Especially if you fall down certain specific rabbit holes that just, like, feed that paranoia specifically, that pander to that specific mindset. But like the point overall that I'm trying to get to in terms of not using black and white thinking for this sort of thing, like there's ways to get to correct-ish information, to more correct information. There's ways to like push yourself to arrive at conclusions that are pretty good. Like, you can know with a degree of certainty many things. This does not combo. And I do not get full iframes on that roll. GG. I wonder how different this would be if I had adaptability. But like the way that you get to trust sources of information, right, isn't, it doesn't have to be linked to a political party. It doesn't have to be linked to whatever news website says they're the least biased one. Right. Because everything is political, everything is biased. There's a financial incentive to pander to all perspectives, to lie about most perspectives, to like distill the truth of all things into things that sound right, but are really just quippy and kind of short-sighted. And that comes from our scientific institutions, which can be wrong, yes, but with a degree of certainty we can say that a lot of them are probably right about things, and that they do represent the greatest degree of certainty that we have in terms of knowing stuff. I would pay to block stream. And that's part of the reason why I like to entertain conversations like we had earlier. I want to parry this man. Oh. I wonder if it's on me. I'm not dropping oh no, I am dropping frames. Okay. Maybe my bitrate is too high. Let's experiment. Output, let's do 2000. And then let me add a color correction. And lower the saturation a bit so that it's less jerky and less rude to look at. Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, it says that I've dropped like nearly 3,000 frames, but that is in 3 hours, so 1,000 frames an hour. That's not very much. I don't think this is the pay to block stream. I think we save that for another time, another day. Yeah. This is the invincibility emote. There's many of those emotes. Roberto, invincibility, me. Fieri Cup. The Sailor Moon one. Yeah. I see that you're trying to shoot arrows at me through the scaffolding. Sooner or later, you'll have to run out of arrows. Whee. Damn. Oh no. Impressive. Wait, what? Gee. This OST keeps paying off. Quite lucky that this website exists that allows me to listen to this OST. Zero parry? Maybe. I think as a follow-up it's not that strong. It is still annoying to remember and to like deal with, but I don't know that I would call it better than just small shield or parrying dagger parry. I like this person's anagram name. Yeah, I don't. Ah! If I just lock on for that attack, I think I'm fine. I'd like to fight it sometime, Rad. I have a very small amount of experience fighting pay to block. And especially zero parry. That sounds rad. That sounds so cool. Yeah, Ulix is great at it. I've had some pretty tough fights against Ulix. like on Pay to Block specifically. Whoa, MS pussy. That's so awesome. I'm so glad that you are friends. Ah, I wanted to roll poise that. Huh? Ah! Irene's. Okay. I'm kind of underestimating this person because of the soul level. I need to not do that. I also may need to change that up. Do my hands get tired? They may have used to, but I mean, I kind of do this with every video game, and no, not anymore. Like, there are times where my shoulders start feeling it, because like I'm kind of floating my hand above WASD so that I can tap it efficiently. I really felt it in my shoulders the months that I was labbing QA, because floating above my hand swap and my R1 were significantly difficult in a way that also let me walk at the same time, because I would have to have very fine control over WASD, spacebar, shift E, and Q, which is like the whole hand plus 3 buttons. I might have been able to do it if I did like keyboard only. And there's a chance that I could get better at it if I did keyboard only. Okay. That punishes exactly that roll in. So I need to be conscious about that. That could have been punished, but predictably, I think. Yeah, I deserve this. Okay. Damn. Okay. EICG. EICG. That could work. Like, my buy-ins aren't typically optimized. There are periods where I like try to optimize them and have my gameplay be, I don't know, the best possible. I haven't ever done that. That does sound good though, and I'm kind of like fingering the buttons on my keyboard right now. And it feels usable. It feels like I could get used to it. It's definitely the kind of thing that I would have ended up putting effort into learning in the past. Oh no. GG. Use Joby and Joby. OBY. I could do that. That would be divine, in fact. That would give me some kind of like extraterrestrial power. Because I'd be like typing Joby in different combinations, like a DNA sequence, in order to game. Oh no. Did you? I'm actually focusing on the game now. Everyone appreciated that. What's my prediction say? Can I like make that bigger? It's just yeah and no. Does timer run out this fight? Nice. Ah, it's the fire one. Okay, I probably don't want to use this weapon in this matchup, but I might be able to get some stuff working on the roll attack. Okay. The best part is that I don't need to worry about backstabs, because you definitely don't have anything that threatens me. Like, that's something that I have going for me. Not the best part, but... Ah! But I fucking responded as though you can backstab me anyway. Like, I think you've got Foot Soldier Sword on that build. Okay. GG. I got the drumstick. I got the whole rotisserie chicken. Bacao. I'm really glad you're just hitting red over and over. It gives me confidence to do that too. I love just hitting red. Yeah, that's not worth changing to an infused one, that is. Woo! I wonder if it's more worth to swap to simpletons rather than... Oh shit, okay, that's my bad. I can't afford to whiff like that against this build. Basically, what I'm trying to focus on is I never want to be walking in a straight direction towards Gorlock unless I have pressure against Forbidden Sun. Oh fuck, that was a good read. Like, that was me walking into unidirectional of the line. I want to always be like strafing with them at the center of a circle. I'm using concepts from the aiming space. Ah, shit, I'm dead. I'm using, you gotta use concepts from the aiming space, from FPS PvP communities, where you can't just aim at a person, you have to aim where they're going to be and predictively shoot where they're going to be. Sometimes they will be locked into certain paths of movement, and you can predictively aim them much more accurately, or like, it's not even a prediction at that point, it's just reactively moving your cursor to the right location. And Forbidden Sun with binoculars is kind of like that, but a bit dumbed down. There's a concept in aiming known as the empty sphere, and I kind of like joke about it sometimes, but it's like a useful concept to know about, where like, oh, okay. They're aiming at a range of my total possible movement. So if I can be in any position in my empty sphere. Just imagine it as the places that I could potentially go in the amount of time it takes for Forbidden Sun to get to me. And if I limit my empty sphere to like one direction, which is just a straight line, or like a consistent strafing pattern, then I'm very easy to hit. And the math for hitting me is like much more forgiving. Oh gosh, I really wish I had like an S-Stock or something. Ah, shit. I didn't hear that coming. I think rock, paper, scissors might be a more useful comparison versus the aiming space. And right now, like, I'm in an unwinnable situation, because like, if Noob just like aims at his feet and keeps firing Forbidden Suns, I cannot hit him without dying. Hi, Frio. At Radwalls, Noob. Red Balls. At Pajo B. Can you mod me? I will ban at Red Balls. And at LDSKR. At The Guiding Key. Ban these two people. And at Whitnake. And at Foyton G. Gold. Ban him. Ah, good morning, Issa. Good night, Issa. I hope you sleep well. I hope you have dreams about something. Frio, I'm gonna go out on a limb and just, I'm gonna assume that a lot of people block you. These are noobs. And when you don't ban them, you can get infected by noob virus. Somehow I don't think that's true. I don't think that's backed up by empirical evidence for you. I don't think you have... I don't think you have the evidence to suggest this. I grab you and dangle you by your scruff. Good job, Key. Yeah, Radwalls is pretty based. pretty happy about red walls in chat. Although, red balls, a pretty scathing criticism. It cuts deep. GGMS pussy. Red balls could be a big competitor in the DS2 scene. How will you measure up to red balls, red walls? I'm gonna read Key's message now. I've been playing a party game called The Last Train Out of Wormtown recently, and it has the same kind of netcode as DS2, and I am so blessed to have the concepts worked into my brains already. It makes me happy to know Last Train Out of Wormtown exists. There's some aspects of it that make it harder for me to enjoy, like the sounds. That can probably be modded in some ways. Yeah. Christmas gift and or get. Hello, welcome to the stream. I should just lock on for this. It's got very good tracking. Best noobs at Whitnake.com. Is that a real website? That feels like it is an actual website. I kind of want to investigate it, but I also don't want to get a virus. Can someone crack open a VM and investigate Whitnake.com? Ah, I should have locked on for that. Ah, my hammer's at risk. I can't use it anymore. I will try to get a saucy kill, though. Let's do this. Chomp. Little cat would be so happy if he were here. Oh my god, red balls! Hi! Iron King Hammer, back online. Something tells me, though, the matchup for me is a bit worse here. The matchup into Gorlock is not so good due to the empty sphere problem of me. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I'm so negative on all of this. Very quickly making 2 mistakes and losing the match over it. Against the long-ranged Gorlock, I believe that most of my options are like rock, paper, scissors, and if I lose rock, paper, scissors, then I take 600 damage or I take like 150 damage or something like that. And if I win rock, paper, scissors, I force a roll and potentially get roll chip. But that's like if I win rock, paper, scissors like 3 times in a row. Okay. That did not allow me the luxury of aiming it. Good scrap, Sky. Alright, see you, Get. Thanks for stopping by. Cry. Sad. Ugh. I'm bringing them back to the dead. I'm necromantic on this shit. Homie OD'd on the Fent, brought him back from the dead. Had to perform voodoo rituals. He didn't talk much back then anyway. I make thralls every day. I'm the lich of this kingdom. I should do a flow session. I mean, I just did a small flow session, but I could keep going. I'd need to brush up on Dracula flow so that I can, like, know what stuff they've already done. Okay, another Gorlock round. We're really enjoying the scaffolding in this matchup. I see that you want to fire out of the scaffolding. There is unfortunately no way that I win the scaffolding fight, so I just can't go up it, basically. Like, I might be able to. That's bad. That's bad. And we're even. Like, that was such a meaty hit for me, and that is... Ah! Okay, yeah, you cannot throw knives from neutral here. Not the right position to jump attack from. GG. Okay, so throwing knives are a no. Generally speaking, if you're already rolling, I might be able to. But even then, you can just roll again. Like, throwing knives are predictive in nature. I have to basically assume that you won't be thinking. I can't just, like, throw a knife and be able to roll out of the ensuing Forbidden Sun. Maybe at higher adaptability I can do it, because throwing knife is tied to adaptability. Because all item uses are tied to adaptability. Yep. I ain't up there. That's my bad. If I lose trade pressure, it's not even trade pressure. It's like if I lose the I need to yeah, it is kind of trade pressure, right? I need to be able to trade 200 HP for each hit that I get, basically, because I'll get chipped for 200 HP, basically guaranteed, if he's throwing Forbidden Suns at my feet. And like also avoiding damage correctly. So I need to be able to chase correctly, I need to be watching my empty sphere, I need to like not give him enough room to backpedal for a million years, which is kind of impossible in this game. And then I also need to maintain my health bar, which is like something that Forbidden Sun is very good at, depleting very rapidly. Unless you're very focused all the time. I guess the telegraph is huge, so it's like, it's a bit like how Ikugs plays, but way better. And also longer distance. Flacadusix. I like the name. Ooh, shit. I forgot it was one of those. Okay. I had to blink. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for like 4 hours? 3 hours, 36 minutes. Okay. That's good. That's good for me. That's so good. Good job, Joby. Such a good job. Yippee. Oh gosh, I need to have a praise the sun emote that whenever someone types it, that one gif of the girl doing the silly little dance dressed as Solaire, with the bloodstains in the background, plays on stream. Yeah, nope. I guess I can just wait again. Oh, you're off that thing. Okay. I wonder what the reasoning behind GCFB is over Forbidden Sun. Maybe it's to like make the first Forbidden Sun. Ah, shit. Yeah. I stand no chance to outtrade. Even if I like poise anything, like it's always bad for me because the hit stun is better. So like Gorlak wins that trade there because I stood in the chaos. Okay. I won the empty sphere fight there. Gorlak's at a mathematical advantage and so is... Oh. Going down in stamina is interesting. Ah, shit. Alright, so there, I stopped the Forbidden Sun with my Phantom, meaning I know that it can't go past where my Phantom hits if they want to also protect their back. Okay, I could have won the fight there if I had just attacked. I think. Maybe I don't beat Lutier's Stun Ring there, but that I could have gotten a hit there. I'm just like, I'm explaining my thought process out loud. I'm not like, this isn't like a teaching moment or whatever. Whoops. Oh, I'm glad you like it, and Dialos. I think, I'm the kind of person that like really likes to examine these engagements, not necessarily to like perfect my own performance in them. which makes me the obstacle to overcome in general for a lot of people. I wouldn't say I'm like the gatekeeper, right? But okay. Oh! Ah! Rare R2 on Gurlock. Well, against this setup, you kind of need a spear or a rapier of some kind. Maybe a straight sword would do it. I'm not equipping one right now because my stats are not good for that. You know, maybe I could. Raw FSS. I don't remember which ones I can actually equip. Excuse me. I know longsword isn't one of them. Like, weapons with running attacks, more or less. I guess an axe could be useful. Butcher knife is in the mix. We can also do club. I think butcher knife is a strong pick here. I don't have enough dexterity to use any of the spears. And then, yeah, none of the halberds. I don't think I can use this. And I don't think that I can use a lance. But lance would be another one to consider. You're basically just looking for strong running attacks. Or workable running attacks. Poise is like useless in that matchup. Poise is nothing. If you have poise going into the Gorlock fight, it's completely worthless. I basically may as well swap off Ring of Giants to Flame Quartz. I'm saying, okay, so in order to like get this, right, I think I need to explain the build that Gorlock is. Gorlock is a attunement glitch Forbidden Sun build, where the point of the build is to use all the space in the arena that you have and backpedal and cast Forbidden Sun in such a way that makes it impossible to aggress without trading at least some damage. So you can force a lot of favorable exchanges in that way. And the reason that I'm like dedicating so much time to like announce every thought that I have and why it's so new to me is that like I think that's the first time that anyone's actually tried to do Gorlock. In terms of like the idea of Gorlock. The follow-up R2. Any good sides? Yeah. All of them are pretty good. Well, yeah, that's... lances are pretty good. I would say that lances are probably the best option in terms of, like, this arena. I do think you could get away with other running attack weapons if you are in an arena that's conscionable. Like if you're in an arena that isn't like infinity big, like this one. You got ads. Damn. I'll talk about sides in a bit then. Damn. Blue... Wait, that's not the blue tier submarine. Okay, yeah, I'll get outcried from there. I really should not be touching the scaffolding at all. It is outcry bait. That build is very well suited to this arena, I'll say. Like, well suited to this arena in that, like, a lot of it is significantly less good if you don't have a scaffolding in the middle and, like, a lot of foot traffic, or, like, foot space to default to. I think it's still good in small arenas. I don't think it's bad. And like with strafing the Forbidden Sun, that's kind of where I was getting at with the empty sphere, where like I either go left or go right, or go straight or go backwards. And that's the rock, paper, scissors scenario that I was talking about earlier, where like if I win rock, paper, scissors 3 times in a row, then I might get roll chip on you. But I still think that in the matchup that we were playing, it's like very much in your favor. That's not like meant to say anything about the fights, just that the matchup was those are just my like general thoughts on the matchup. Okay, so Andulus is back. Yeah, all the Reapers are pretty good actually. I think, okay, if you're familiar with any of the other Souls games, right, typically you have a few good weapons and then the rest of them are just trash. DS2 has that, but there's a much smaller gap between the good weapons and the bad weapons. So you can kind of make whatever you want to work, even against top tier, which is one of the draws, I think, to the game. I think it does very well at making a lot of its weapons somewhat usable against things like this. I really need to lock on. I think that would have worked if I had locked on. Oh no, Vivi is fat rolling. Shit. Ah. I can no longer use my poise. Yeah, okay. Not a good matchup for me. But also there were a number of mistakes that I made that fight. Yeah, that's the R2 on this weapon. But the one-handed and the two-handed R2 do that. GG's, Phoebe. Elden Ring DLC brings more unique R2s. It will. It shall. It is inevitable. I want to go back to Butcher Knife. And I think I'm going to start looking for someone to raid. If anyone here has a suggestion or a stream even, I will be I'll be happy to raid someone within the community. I'm thinking that this connection might not be playable. Which isn't necessarily something that either of us has control over. Oh dear. This strikes me as the kind of like California net thing where everyone in California just has days where they just can't connect to certain parts of the world, even in the US. Which is a phenomenon that happens because of routing. Like, if the best way that I've heard it put, and the funniest way, is like, everything can be working fine except for like one little routing substation in like Nevada that's just sweating that day. DSSR2 also goes through the gate before it pops up. I forgot about that. Auguriously here? In my kitchen? Oh my god. Go. This way. I got stunned for longer than they did. GG. Maybe no, I got stunned for longer than they did. That is objectively what happened. Ooh. GG, obviously. Wee. This rotating dog fills me with such joy. Oh, also hi Tank. Been forever. Oh my gosh. This is a fox. This is a fox. Is this a fox? Here, let me swap to a better weapon for this matchup. DSS is notoriously hard to engage on. I think Poise is just gonna get in my way here. I would rather have... That's not good. I can't roll catch with that. Okay. That's where my damage has to come from here. It has to be weird little neutral engagements like that. And I have to try not to get baited. If I continue like this, eventually I will come out on top. Because of situations like that, or just like I benefit heavily from just scrapping and getting little bits of damage or even phantom hits from the distance. If I were to like say, oh my gosh. Like, something that would make it harder for me is if Vivi were throwing out more, like, neutral R1s. It'd make it a lot harder to engage. Like, even just, like, following up sometimes on the random neutral R1s that she does. Like, as long as she's... Fuck. Yeah, as long as she's doing it safely, and she can't get hit from neutral, then... just throwing them out is going to be really hard to approach. Spear is really strong against lower tier weapons for that reason. Like, I mentioned earlier that, like, there's a narrower gap between all the weapon tiers, but, like, Spear is kind of the dividing line. It's like, it's the punchiest punch down of all. Yeah. No worries. I've got some hours in basically all setups in this game, at least. Alright. So now, I think I prioritize this over... fire resistance ring. Yeah, if I touch the scaffolding, I've already, like, sacrificed health, so I can't really do that. Okay. As I get phantom hits with this weapon, I'm, like, healing very small amounts of health. Which isn't exactly, like, pressure, but it's not... It ain't exactly not pressure. So now I'm swapping onto Flame Quartz. I almost got punished for it, but didn't. Ouch. Okay, that's big. That was a really foolhardy backstab attempt. I should not have done that at all. Yeah, I could definitely see how, like, Lance and Spear would be really good against this. Maybe even Katana to a certain extent. Because, like... Or like, Bewitched Alone Sword. Although the running attack takes a bit too long and comes from a bit too far away. So you're just kind of competing with Forbidden Sun instead of, like... Ah, fuck. Instead of countering Forbidden Sun. Yeah, that was easy to predict. GG. Tier Stones with Poise. I got the caffeine jitters. There's a build that I kind of want to go back to. Just Rob Flynn, 80 dex, 90 poise, Black Steel. It hits like 69.9% after you swap to red and blue tier stone. And it uses like 2 Executioner's pieces to reach 90 poise. It's such a stupid build. Okay, yeah, we're not having a... Something about our connection is just not agreeing. If I had to guess, it would be the Dark Saucer is having a California day, or I'm having a California day with them. Oh. Let's see. Look at how's Meek. Meek is doing art, which I think is cool. I believe that she's the one who did a commission for Peekaboo. Alright, Gorlock fight. Do I have an option that I can use here? I could try to do some club bullshit. Yeah, no, not really. Whoa. Oh, I thought you would be out of stamina. How much stamina does that build have? Alright. This one. Damn. Ah, you... I got a tip hit on that. That's so tragic. Ah. Between, like, Outcry and Forbidden Sun. Forbidden Sun is the, like, the second one that I would say might need limiting. I think Outcry definitely needs limiting. Forbidden Sun is a close second, and then there's HCSM. In competitive play, which might not even be the case, right? Like, maybe it doesn't need limiting. Maybe the counters are strong enough. Yeah, Gorlock is a strong concept, I think. Maybe I should just do this. No, this is not a good idea. This is a bad idea. The idea that I had just then that led me to this decision was a bad idea. That is not going to work. Do I have? I do. Let's try this one. Here we go. Okay, start Forbidden Sunning. Ooh. Rolling backwards against Forbidden Sun is the strongest defense against it. Ah! Do as I say, not as I do. Okay, let's try the longer axe. Rolling forward, if they're locked on, can be strong as well. But rolling backwards, assuming that you get hit by the sun, means that they literally cannot position it so that it hits you with the main damage or the chaos. That being said, you typically do not want to roll backwards against Forbidden Sun because you're giving up your advantage. You're giving up, like, the pursuit that you have, and you need to close this distance, otherwise they'll just keep peppering you slowly with chip damage. Yeah, dodging to the sides is better, if you can do it, but the most consistent way to mitigate the damage is going backwards. What that means is, like, if Forbidden Sun is limited, rolling backwards is the best option. Because taking no damage all the time is better than taking no damage some of the time. Ah, Jackie live. See, now I'm just getting impatient. Okay. The length on Battle Axe versus Bandit mattering there for the first time ever. GG. It'd be really funny if I actually exhausted all the Forbidden Suns. Oh my gosh. I need to get up very soon. They are! The R2 hyper-staggering is also very sweet of the developers to add. Hyper-stagger is an indispensable part of this game that should absolutely be in it. It should be in all of the titles. It's very good. It's really good implementation of poise mechanics, and nobody ever listens. Nobody who doesn't play DS2 listens. Nobody ever listens about Hyper-stagger. It's so good. It's such a good mechanic. Had 4 left. Okay. For those of you watching at home, I Look Noob has a number of Forbidden Suns that's probably, like, big, right? But it's not infinite. If you use attunement glitch, you can have effectively infinite Forbidden Suns. Like, you can have 760 something maximum. So, like, with attunement glitch, noob running out of Forbidden Suns is a non-issue. Like that doesn't need to happen. Noob can just put more on. It's one attunement slot for something like 32. So those are the stakes. The poison never dropping from tip hit either. Okay, I was curious about that as I was saying it. Axes make me feel really good as like an offhand or a main hand or whatever. I used to not appreciate them as much because I viewed other top tier as just flat out better, but I think axes are pretty good. I'm so caffeine jittery. More Gorlock. Yeah, it doesn't even matter if I guess correctly, basically. Like, most of the time. Yeah, Flame Quartz. If I was to explain the build that you, oh, fucking hell, have right now to an analog in like DS3 or Elden Ring, I would call it similar to Light Roll Mage, but with an insane amount of pressure and no downside in terms of poise, because like you've got. Okay, that was... I was always going to roll to that side, I think. So that's a good prediction. I may be able to, like, change my roll direction to one other possible location, but still, you typically come out on top because it's like 50% that or 50% directly behind you. And if you're right, I take 600 damage. And if you're wrong, then you take 100-ish. So that's nutty. That's pretty nuts. Anyway, let's see. I don't think anyone else is streaming like PvP or anything, so I think I will just sort of raid Meek. Yeah, we'll do one more fight. We'll raid Meek. I should equip my ring. Oh dear, it's Vivi. My ring will be forever unequipped. I think these rings are fine for this matchup. I will, however, swap out some stuff for like Priestess Robe because lightning damage is big. Whoa. Do I swap to anything? I guess this one's fine. What? Oh, dear. Ah, these are all trades. I can't use an axe against you. Damn. Ooh, okay. I didn't realize that tracked so well. GG. Alright, we're gonna raid Meek. Doing art. Cool streamer, good art. They're doing a Skelly cat right now. Or maybe a Skelly dog at this point. That looks like a Skelly dog. Ah, orange cat. Walk cycle. Very nice. Don't forget to tip your waitress. GG's, everybody. Wow. Flashbang. Oh. Thank you for joining me, Kim. And thank you everyone else as well. I have had a nice time, even though I complained loudly about politics for 2 hours. That was pretty good.